Hello, happy Sunday. I was gonna say, it's not a happy Sunday because tomorrow is a new week and new weeks start with Monday and Mondays kind of suck. But anyway, happy almost Monday, unfortunately. Hello, Irom. Congrats on first. Hello, Blood. Hello, Rising. Hello, Miggles. Hello, Panis. Hello, KBC Jazz. Hello, Austin. Hello, Nixoni. Hello, Fita. Hello, Noel. Hi. Oh, I was almost late because I spent the weekend playing Final Fantasy, and right before the stream, I got into like a trial thing after waiting for 30 minutes for the queue to fill up with people, and then we kept wiping like 3 times. And I was so tense. I was like, oh my god, if we don't do it this run, I have to be late for this stream. It was very chaotic. How far did you get in the story? I finished ARR and I'm currently doing like all of the blue quests that I have unlocked basically. I'm trying to like unlock all the hard and extreme trials and dungeons so that I can do them, because I think that's what I did last time as well. But yeah, I finished ARR. I can start doing post ARR stuff, and then I can start Heaven's Ward, and then I'm roughly where I left off with my other account. So we'll see. Yeah, making good progress. But I was really tense. But we did it. We did it on the 3rd attempt. Yeah. It was very fun, though. I like doing the dungeons and the trials the most, so whenever I get to do them, I always enjoy them, even though they're kind of hard. ARR, this means something to me. A Realm Reborn! The first... Well, the base game, basically. the first part of the game. Hello, Trace. Hello, Latai. You can enjoy the whiplash of VA changes between ARR and Heaven's Ward. Oh, I already had that. I think that all the VA changes were like pretty good, and then Alphino starts talking in Heaven's Ward, and I'm like, oh no, what did they do to you? I got so used to his cocky British voice, and then they changed it, and it wasn't the same. I was so sad. My heart was shattered. But that's okay. Because what I have played of Heaven's Ward was pretty cool. And I did enjoy it. I like Ishgard a lot. The area was really cool. And I think the last thing I did in Heaven's Ward was fight... Oh god, what was the name of that dragon? Midgard Sommer? I don't know. some dragon. And I think that was the last thing that I did. Alphino is such an annoying brat in ARR, that's why I like him! He's so cute! Also, hello, Lark. Man got humbled, got his cockiness knocked out of him. Yeah, so sad. But I really liked post-ARR stuff, and I liked the beginning of Heaven's Ward. It was really good. So I look forward to playing it again. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Oh gosh, let's go here. And let's play Umineko, because I'm really excited to play Umineko. I kept thinking about it, about Beato's backstory, and I was trying so hard to understand what the hell is happening and like what could be real and what could be delusions. I don't know. I still don't know if I believe in the whole thing that magic exists. I'm not sure. I feel like I want to believe a little bit, a tiny bit, but I don't know. At the same time, it feels so unrealistic. Just like my Higu playthrough. Yeah. I feel like Higurashi is basically impossible to figure out. Like, even if you get spoiled on like... I saw your message. I don't know where you posted it. Sometimes I look at my Discord and then I forget. But you mentioned that because you have seen like some names come up, that you have some theories, or it's like kind of difficult to think independently of that. But I feel like even if you know that some people play a bigger role, I feel like Higurashi is kind of impossible to figure out. There's like no real hints, as far as I remember, as to what the hell was happening. And like the whole reasoning as to why things happened that way was kind of crazy. Like you can have theories that can solve like part of the mystery, but I feel like solving the entire mystery is basically impossible. Hello, seriously, what the fuck, Clav? Welcome in. I'm still so fucking confused, as it should be. As it should be. That's good. That means that you haven't gotten spoiled so much that you know what the hell is happening. Anyway, let me remember what happened last time. I think we started with the siblings kind of talking about Kinzo again. And then we switched to Beato talking to Batara. And they had their whole Red Truth battle. And, I don't know. Batara felt like he was winning, but then I don't think he really did win. And then we found out that Beato has a human backstory. She was apparently summoned by Kinzo. And then her soul was put into a homunculus and bound to it. And then supposedly Kinzo raised that child to be, I don't know, his bride. I don't know what the hell is happening. Something like that. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to solve yet, which is fun. Hopefully it gets revealed in episode 2. Episode 2 was actually one of my favorites. I don't remember that well if anything gets revealed, which is good, so I can't spoil you. But I know for sure that episode 3 is where I was like, what the fuck? Episode 3 is kind of crazy. I feel like 2, 3, and 5 are my favorites. And that's all I'm gonna say. They're awesome. It was magic, don't worry about it. Yeah. For sure. Hello, Grok. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Yeah. Umi is more straightforward with what you're even trying to figure out. Yeah. For sure. There's many mysteries to solve, and it's very clear what each mystery is, I think. Raising a child and bride in the same sentence. Well, only Ushiromiya Kinzo can do something as fucked up as that. 2 and 5 are my favorite Higu episodes too. Yeah, they're awesome. They're so good. Okay, but yeah, and also Rosa apparently played some part in the death of human Beato? Question mark? I don't know. We haven't really found out. She was kind of tripping last time, and then Ryukishi cut us off. So why did we summon her? I forgot. As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. And then he went on to summon Lucifer. Okay. What? Ronove-sama. So you're still here? This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. Oh, never mind. I guess he's cutting us off again. My, what kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Batora-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Batora-sama, if you'll excuse me. Please continue to enjoy your game with Milady.
Hey.
Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best as I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red too. Come and talk again anytime you like. They're so cute together. Look at it. My new yaoi ship.
私めもこう見えてもお嬢様の家具。
Batara-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture.
お嬢様が望まぬことはできませんよ。
I can do nothing that Milady does not desire.
私が語った赤は本来ならお嬢様が自らの口で語るべきも
What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth.
の。へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって若き真実を披露したに過ぎません。
I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked.
やっぱあれ、へそを曲げてたよな。
So she really was sulking then. Why is he so happy about this? This fucking guy. These fucking guys. I hate them. Can't wait for this chapter to end in 3 sentences like that one time. It's gonna happen. I feel it. I prefer you, Ronobe. The yaoi is crazy. Hello, Nosha. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Oh wait, did I even read that? Seeing me and Ronobe incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak ne-san cocked her head curiously. Ronobe-sama, we're keeping Beatrice waiting. Let us hurry.
ええ、直ちに参ります。
Yes, I shall go immediately.
それではバトラ様、後ほど。
Well, Batara-sama, I will see you later.
ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。
It appears that we have finally started getting along.
やはり良い友人になれる気がします。
As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends.
ベアとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back. Fucked up.
はいはい。それでは失礼いたします。
Yes, yes, if you will excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak Ne-chan let out a thunderous cry, Ronobe laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. Damn, it really did end just like that. I should have stopped here. Anyway, whatever. He finally referred to one of the steaks without talking about their asses. There's a first for everything.
煉獄の七杭が長女のこの私がこの程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。
Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this?
ベアトリーチ
Menial?
様
I don't
も
know.
この程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh.
何をカリカリしてんだよ、姉ちゃん。
Why so grumpy, Ne-chan?
腹減ってんならクッキーでも食えよ。
If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something.
最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
Why don't I give you the last one?
気が利くじゃない。
How thoughtful.
なら一ついただこうかしら。
Then, shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
ありがとう。
Thank you. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. Oh my god. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now, all I could do was let out a bead of cold sweat drip down. Maybe you should stop talking about her ass all the time.
姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
Whoa, Ne-chan, isn't it about time you cut your nails?
ルシファーよ。
It's Lucifer.
それが誇り高き私の名。
That is my glorious name.
ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具。煉獄の七杭の長女。
The honored furniture who serves Beatrice-sama and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
他の面汚しな愚昧どもとはわけが違うの。
I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters.
それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it.
どう後悔するんだか。
And why would I regret it exactly?
俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
Can't really think of a reason.
バカな子ね。
Stupid kid.
そんなに遊んでほしいの？
Do you really want to play with me that much?
そんなに忘れられないの？
Was it that unforgettable?
私の悔いを思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んでたっぷりえぐって楽しませてあげるわよ。
I'll thrust my stake deep, deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Damn, I wanna have her say that to me. Hello, Amadis. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today.
クソったれ。いつか押し倒して同じセリフ言ってやるぜ。
Oh God, no. Damn it, someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing.
あらそう？
Oh, really?
楽しみにしてるわね。
Wow, I can't wait. Did she kill him? He deserves it. To be impaled by a beautiful woman. Ah, the dream. Lucine's voice is so melodious. All of them are really good. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kirie intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths, with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. I'm all ears.
あれはいくつの時だったのかしら。
How old was I then, I wonder?
多分中学生か。よく覚えてない。
Middle school, probably. Though, I don't remember well.
とにかくそのくらいの頃だったと思うわ。
Anyway, I think I was about that age.
ってことはだいたい20年くらい前ってとこか。
Which means maybe about 20 years ago?
あの頃の私はあんまり成績が良くなくて、いつもお母様に怒られてばかりだった。
Back then, my grades weren't very good, and mother was always angry at me.
私なりに努力していたつもりだったんだけど、
I tried to do my best in my own way,
お母様の期待には全然応えられなくて。
but I couldn't match up to mother's expectations at all.
母上はローザにも随分厳しかったな。
Mother was always very strict with Rosa.
当時は同情していたよ。
I sympathized with her at the time.
陰口ばっかだったくせによく言うわね。
You say that even though you were always talking behind her back and also hitting her, from what we've heard.
予算かエヴァ。
Would you give it a rest, Eva?
それで
And then?
ローザさんはどこでベアトリーチェに会ったんや。
Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san?
秀吉さん、今はせかしてはダメよ。
Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now.
いいのよ、ローザさん。
It's okay, Rosa-san.
楽に話して。
Tell us at your own pace.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Hello, Bellamy. Hello, Flea Flicker. What dude's name? If you're 13 in middle school and it's been 20 years, she's a hag. What? That's not too old. Hello, Ari. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Coffee Talk. I haven't played that game, but it looks really good. I hope you had fun. The one in blue. This one? Rudolph. Hello, Ari. Hello, Nereda. Hello, Mono. Hi, hi. Thank you. My model was made by Shirota. Check her out. She's awesome. Hope you're enjoying more Umineko. Yeah, I am. It's really good. We are currently in episode 3. I would say this is still the beginning-ish. So we haven't made it too far into episode 3. Very fun story. I saw that there was like a sequel or like more games to Coffee Talk that take place in like, well, different countries and stuff even, I think. So I don't know if those are about the same. I don't even know what Coffee Talk is about, except they talk over coffee. Not about coffee, but like over a cup of coffee, something like that. Don't know why I wanted to say Russell. Well, close enough. There's a Tokyo version. We will get there. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. I've heard of Higurashi. Higurashi is also really good. It's the game that Rikishi made before Umineko. But yeah, Ari, I hope you can rest well after your stream and that you can get something to eat or maybe sleep, whatever you need to do. It's a nice little visual novel with drink-making gameplay. Oh, you make drinks! I didn't even know that. Running a coffee shop and witnessing the stories of your regulars. That sounds really cute. I hope Mama Shirota is doing well. From what I can see on her Discord, you know, since she recently became an actual mother, not just a VTuber mother, she's doing good, and her kid is also doing good. She sometimes posts like little updates or little pictures of her baby, and it's super, super sweet. Go ahead. I cannot read. Go ahead and have lunch. I hope you enjoy lunch. Enjoy. Thank you again. You had her at visual novel. So true. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Oh, there we go. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Oshiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Klaus Nissan's dignity. Well, according to Kinzo, he doesn't have any. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything. And I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushiromiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. That is actually so sad. Hello, Taylor, welcome in. Completely reliable source, Kenzo, yep. Don't doubt it. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest to escape from the Ushiromiya house, and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason. But I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that there might be a place there that no one knew about,
私だけの隠れ家になるような気がしたの。
which might become a hidden house just for me.
浜辺からぐるっとってのは無理だな。
If you go around by the beach, that'd be
途
impossible.
中で崖になっちまうだろう。
It becomes a cliff part way, right?
あんなとこ通れるわけがないさ。
There's no way you could pass that way.
もちろんよ。
Of course.
だから通れる方へ通れる方へ、とにかく奥へ奥へ進んだわ。
So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland.
道なんかないひどい森だったけど、あの時の私にはそれが心地よかったの。
It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then.
それほどの険しい森を抜けたなら、その分後ろ宮家から逃れられるって。
If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushiromiya family.
情けないわね。
How shameful.
成績で叱られたならその分努力すればいいのに。
If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder.
それを言ってはいかんね。
So nice. Thank you, Eva, for your input. You mustn't say that.
その代わりローザにはデザイナーとしての才能があったじゃないか。
Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable.
よせよ。
Quit it.
今は嫌味を言ってる場合じゃねえぜ。
This is no time for sarcasm.
そして偶然たどり着いちまったんだな。
So, you managed to end up there by coincidence?
ベアトリーチェの
At Beatrice's
隠し屋敷。
hidden mansion. I like how she's like trying to tell them about something that is really important for all of them, and they use this time to fucking mock her. Like, hello? It's crazy. She's doing it for the love of it, not for profit. Like beating Maria. Oh my god. But I guess, you know, now we know a little bit more about her. If her mother was like really rough on her, like especially harsh on her, it explains why she would be the same on her daughter. You know, I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but it's trauma, you know? And kind of let it out on your kid in the end if everything goes bad. It's in their blood. It kind of is. It's weird how Klaus very, very, very rarely defends his siblings in the most Klaus way. Well, he basically just made fun of her even more. Rosa nodded weakly. But how far did you walk?
地図で場所が示せるんか？
Could you show it to us on a map?
夏さん、この島の地図はあるかいな？
Natsuhi-san, do you have a map of this island?
いえ、今ここにはありませんが。
No, there isn't one here now.
無理よ。
It wouldn't help.
適当に歩いただけだもの。
I was just walking randomly.
地図を見せられたってわからないわ。
Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know.
それに、あれから20年も経ってる。
And 20 years have passed since then.
多分森へ行っても二度とたどり着けないわ。
I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. Every interaction is an opportunity to assert your authority. In this family, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Eva is just clearly trying to make her feel even worse. It's so sad, I don't know. It was vividly clear that in their haste they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが整地されているだけに過ぎねえ。
On Rokenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on.
他は完全に未開で、全頭測量は相当の手間がかかるだろうな。
The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island.
でも確かに存在すると分かっただけでも収穫よ。
But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful.
お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか。
It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate,
このお屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか。
or ask the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time,
調べる方法あるかもしれないわね。
we could probably find some way to search for it.
そうね。
That's right.
あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりはまだ方法があるはずよ。
At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed.
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
Indeed, it may be worth investigating right away.
その調査は兄弟合同でやるわよ。
The siblings will do that investigation together.
兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
He won't leave you on your own, Nissan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Klaus and Eva already, of course. When were helicopters invented? I was thinking more so like... Yeah, they would... I don't know, when did they start having, like, aerial photography drones? I feel like I only recently, like in the recent years, became aware of them and they became like a bigger thing, but I don't even know. Yeah, like the little camera drones. I don't know. I feel like that's a very modern invention, but if they're looking into aerial photography, I don't know what did they just do that with like planes and stuff? They took photos with planes long before helicopters. I mean, yeah, they do have like planes, since, you know, that's what they use to get here, aside from the boat. I mean, I don't know, they could have had drones. Probably not. Now I'm curious. Apparently, how was this done? It doesn't... Okay, no. This isn't... I can't find when drones could have been used. Drones did exist, but at that time they would be more like planes with remote control equipment in them, and that would be largely a military application. Okay.
兄貴たち、今はよせよ。
Give it a rest for now, you two.
ローザ、続きを話してくれ。
Rosa, please continue. Oh yeah, they also could have used like hot air balloons and stuff, right? Might even be cheaper than using planes. Oh. This is a new soundtrack. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. So nice. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. This track is super nice. Yeah, it's really nice. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree, whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの。
And there you found the hidden mansion?
あれが私たちの言う
Chorus.
隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。
I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about.
でも少なくとも私たちの知る場所ではなかったわ。
Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. Damn, even if she did manage to somehow get out of the mansion, she would have had to traverse a whole forest and then somehow get over or under that fence too. She really was a prisoner. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up. And what happened there, what appeared there, was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. It's her! Hello, Kaz. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Life goal, have a nice flower garden. Honestly, yeah. Or just a garden in general. Rosa became a delinquent, running away from home, trespassing. Oh my god. Put her in jail right now. Well, technically she is in jail right now, but don't tell her. Chirona, imagine. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. I'm so happy that we get to see this whole scene! I just realized I could have a flower garden right now if I planted some flowers. Yeah, you should do it. It's fun. She'd be better off in jail, to be honest. I mean, this place seems nice, except for the fact that you're not allowed to leave. I mean, you know, you get fed. You have people tending to your needs. This is nice-ish, except for the fact that she can't ever leave.
新しい庭師なのか?
Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
勝手にお庭に立ち入って。すみません。
I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission.
そなたは誰か?
Who are you?
名乗るがよい。
Name yourself.
後宮ローザと言います。
I'm Ushiromiya Rosa.
後宮。ほう。金蔵の一族の人間なのか?
One of Kinzo's family?
はい。
Huh? Yes.
金蔵の娘です。
I'm Kinzo's daughter.
こんにちは。
Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone. And yet, she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress and the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down.
座るがよい。
Wow! She's so beautiful! Oh my god. So cute. This makes me so happy, even though she's literally in prison right now. But she's beautiful, even in prison. I meant Rosa because of the abuse. Oh yeah, true. This place is great if you simply don't think about the downsides. That is true about every single place on Earth. Being a frog is probably better than being Kinzo's daughter. Not wrong. Pretty right, actually. Yeah, she's so cute. She's the cutest thing in the entire world. Have a seat.
初めて訪れた者を庭へ招き、語らうのがわらわの唯一の楽しみよ。
Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure.
他に何の楽しみもないがな。
Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. That is so sad. I'm gonna end up crying after this whole game is over. I just know it. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question, all of a sudden.
森の魔女。
Are you the witch of the
ベア
forest?
トリーチェですか?
Beatrice?
いかにも
Indeed,
わらわがベアトリーチェである。
I am Beatrice. Yes.
やはりな。
Hello, Ard. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today.
ベアトリーチェは実在したんだ。
As I thought, Beatrice actually existed.
その姿はまさに肖像画の。
Did she really look like that portrait?
ええ、まさにあの肖像画の通りよ。
Yes, really just like the portrait.
お父さんの想像の中の魔女じゃなかったんやな。
So, she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. Hello, Ichi. Welcome in. How are your theories holding up, Spooky? To be fair, I'm kind of losing track of them. But I was wrong. Not wrong. Well, I'm probably wrong about many things, but I am right about a human Beato having existed. I'm feeling more and more sure that there's actually no real magic here and that it's all just Kinzo's brain worms and whatnot, but we'll see. I want to listen to them. Keep going. Could Kinzo really imagine a woman this beautiful? I mean, maybe he could.
それで、あなたは彼女と何を話したの？
He's a summoner, after all. Well, what did you talk with her about?
彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ。
As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself.
まず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた。
First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest.
彼女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった。
It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the
だ
fence.
から私が森を抜けてたどり着いたと言ったらとても驚いていたわ。
So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked.
どうやって狼から逃れたのか、ビスケットを渡して許してもらったのか、
She asked how I had managed to escape from the
そ
wolves.
れとも魔法の街灯をかぶって
Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go?
なんて感じのことを言ってたっけ。
Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing.
そりゃ確かに魔女っぽいわな。
That sure sounds like a witch.
面白いお人や。
What an interesting person.
あなた黙って。
Quiet, dear.
ずいぶん昔だけど、
This goes way back.
お父様は森には狼が住んでいるから近寄ってはならないって私たちを脅さなかった？
But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that lived there?
ああ、そんなこともあったな。
Yes, he did say something of the sort.
バカらしいね。
Ridiculous.
日本の狼はとっくの昔に絶滅しているというのに。
Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago.
まさに子供騙しだな。
Truly a trick to fool children.
記憶にねえな。
I don't remember though.
そんな話。親父に聞かされたっけ？
Did Dad really tell us something like that?
森には魔女だろ？
It was the witch of the forest, right?
狼なんて話聞いたことないぜ。
I don't think I've ever heard about wolves.
あんたがまだ小学校だった頃よ。
This was when you were still in elementary school.
覚えてない？
Don't you remember?
そしたらあんた、むしろ狼を撫でてみたいなんて言い出すもんだから。
Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves.
お父様はすぐに狼の話を引っ込めて魔女の話に切り替えたのよ。
Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch.
もうその嘘っぽいことと言ったら。
Seriously, what transparent lies they were. I mean, you know, younger children would believe them, so... Some of your theories are almost on the money. Remember to not stop thinking. Damn it, I should have written them down.
当時のルドルフには狼よりも魔女の話の方がてきめんだったね。
At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves.
よく覚えているよ。
I remember it well.
私の背中にしがみついた夜があったことを覚えているかね？
Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back?
ルドルフさんにもそんな可愛らしい時代があったのね。
I see. So even Rudolph's son used to be that cute.
うるせえな。
Shut up.
子供の頃の話だぜ。
I was just a kid.
まあとにかく
Well, at any rate.
ベアトリーチェを閉じ込めていたのがお父さんなら同じ狼の話をするのは道理ね。
If father is the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves.
彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は後宮家と愛人の屋敷という
To him, the vast forest of Rokenjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds.
相入れない二つの異世界を分断する越えてはならない壁だったのだから。
The Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion.
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々を座敷牢にしたようだな。
Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell.
さながら二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds.
狼はともかく野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか？
Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time?
そのための柵だったかもしれません。
Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. Natsuhi, 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 you're too kind for this world. It's a prison, girl. It is a prison. There were no fucking dogs or wolves. That was not for her protection. That was not for her protection. Quite the contrary. Oh my god. Sometimes you really say some pretty spot-on stuff but never mention it again. Damn it! I would tell you which ones you've made, but I may or may not have only recorded the ones I thought were amusing. That's okay. I'm curious now. Nice of Kiria to shut down Klaus by making it about her husband being cute. I like their interactions. Hello, Gray. Kinzo Defender has logged on. Yep. Oh my gosh.
六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ。
There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rokenjima.
その柵は兄さんやキリエさんの言うように
That fence was probably
ベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね。
a border between us and Beatrice.
しかし狼の話を素直に信じるなんてなんちゅうか純朴やな。
But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive.
わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do.
そうね。
You're right.
それは私も感じたわ。
I sensed that too.
とても尊大で、確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど、
She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch.
どこかとても子供っぽくて、
But she was somehow very childish.
なんていうのか、素直すぎるというか、
She was, how should I put it? Too straightforward.
世間知らずな印象を受けたわ。
She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. Well, that's because she didn't. She's been living there for like 20 years. When you see the final doc after finishing Umineko, you will probably be shocked at how close you were to certain things. Oh, I gotta rewatch my VODs.
例えるなら、本当におとぎの国の人みたいというか、
It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land.
本当に不思議な人だったわ。
She really was a strange person.
それからどうしたんだ？
What happened after that?
親父の話とかは出たのか？
Did you end up talking about dad at all?
ええ、
Yes.
何日かに一度。約束されている日もあれば、突然の日もあったそうだけど、
Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes
ふ
suddenly.
らりとお父様が訪れては、一緒にお茶を飲んだり、散歩したりしたんですって。
Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something. I'm gonna grab something to eat, catch you later, enjoy your food, thank you for stopping by.
私が訪れたその日は、たまたま彼女一人だったと言っていたわ。
She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited.
なるほどな。
I see.
まさに愛人といったところだ。
An obvious mistress, you might say.
やれや
My, my.
れ。いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるね。
I don't know how much younger she was, but good for father. My god. Why do you say this?
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと
With
確信
his
しています。
wife right next to him too. Why would you say that? You disgust me. We can be sure this was no indecent relationship.
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。
God, I sure hope Natsuhi's right, man. Idiot, there's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality.
それでどうしたの？
What happened next?
それから何の話を？
What did you talk about after that?
私の自己紹介をしたので、逆に彼女のことを質問したわ。
I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her.
そうしたら、急に雰囲気が落ち込んでしまったの。
When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew
な
depressing.
んていうのか、とても気だるそうな、寂しそうな。
How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely.
私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと同じ表情だった。
It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning.
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。
Well, she was his hidden mistress after all.
好き勝手に歩かれてお袋に見つかっちまったらことだ。
If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her.
きっと軟禁に近い状態だったろう。
I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. Man, what a good life. So nice.
綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped.
そりゃ苦労もあったろうさ。
I'll bet she had it rough.
それで
And then,
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。
she was definitely worried about
それ
something.
を私に話したところで何の解決にもならない
I remember
という
feeling
ような
really
雰囲気が
sad
読み取れて、
myself.
私もとても悲しかったのを覚えてる。
When I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her.
私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、
She seemed to forget I was even
遠
there.
くをぼんやり見ながらずっと無言でいたわ。
She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time.
私はきっと失言してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど、
I thought I must have said something
謝
wrong,
罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて、
but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize.
だから私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
So I remained silent too for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. I doubt Natsuhi is right, sadly. I can only hope for her to be right. I really hope that her defending Kinzo is actually right for the first time. This sounds like a terrible tea party, to be honest. I feel so bad for her. I'm almost scared to find out what actually happened and what Rosa did. She must have been found by Kinzo. Kinzo must have known that she was there. Or maybe she asked her for a favor to, like, I don't know, end her life. I'm not sure. Also, hello, Broken Bee. Hope you're doing good today. I feel like she must have been pretty suicidal. You've been stuck in a cage for like 20 years. That must fuck with you. You can't do anything. You're alone all the time. You have nothing to do except for please some old guy. You must want to get out of there, dead or alive, somehow. Okay, but there's gonna be an ad break, so I'm gonna start it now, and I will be back after in 3 minutes. Alright. I'm back. Oh, it is so warm because it's like, I think it's like 30 degrees today again, and I'm melting slowly but surely. And then she muttered unexpectedly.
柵の向こうには本当に狼などおらぬのか。
Oh my god, it's my favorite Umineko soundtrack. It's far. Oh my god, I don't even remember how I found this one. I found it a couple years ago, and I was like, oh my god, this is so beautiful! Isn't it so good? Oh my god. I thought this was gonna be something that came up way later. It's so good! Are there really no wolves beyond the fence?
はい。
Huh? Yes, that's right.
狼なんて動物園でも見たことないです。
I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo.
動物園とは何か。
What is a zoo?
ああ、いろんな動物が飼われているところです。
It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals.
象とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動物がいっぱいいますよ。
They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. Oh my gosh! She's so cute!
動物園に狼はいないのか。
So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo?
なら怖くないかもしれない。
Then, it might not be so scary. She's so cute! Look at her! Oh, my heart. It's beating. I'm so full of love for this woman. Take her to a zoo! Take her to look at animals! Those are sounding happy. Beato truly is magic, right? And with this track, this scene is so good.
狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。
Even if there were wolves, all of the animals are put in cages, so it's safe.
だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. Well, that's basically how she's living. She's living in a zoo right now. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time.
それはわらわと。
No, no! How am I any different? I didn't want her to realize that. I'm sorry. Let's just ignore the 18 people she keeps killing over and over. I'm sure it's not even her. She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, she thought she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing. She couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。
Everyone calls me Beatrice.
それは確かにそなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。
And that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say.
しかしそれはわらわではないのだ。
But that isn't me.
わらわには魔法など何も使えぬ。
I cannot use any magic.
わらわはその魔女の魂をこの身に封じられているだけなのだ。
I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Ne-san that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her.
柵の外へ
Do you want to try
出てみますか。
going outside the fence?
狼はいないのか？
Yes! Let her go outside! There really aren't any wolves?
いないですよ。
There aren't.
絶対平気ですから。
You'll definitely be safe.
出たいぞ。
I want to leave.
だが、いつも門は閉まっている。
But the gate is always closed.
私が入ってきたところがあります。
There's the place I came in through.
くぐり抜けられる隙間があるんです。
It's got a crack you can slip through.
そこを抜ければ、外の世界があ
Oh! If we go through there, will there be a world outside?
るの。はい。
Yes.
狼は。
There really aren't any wolves?
はい。来ませんよ。
Right, there aren't any. Let's go, let's go, let's go! I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for.
わらわは。もうここは嫌だ。
I have had enough of this place.
外へ。出たい。
I want to go outside.
そしてわらわが何者で、この世界はどうなっていて。
And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world,
わらわは何のために生まれてきたのかを。
and why I was born. Thinking of Eito in like half the 100-line routes. I can see it, I can see it. He also, well, he was well, he was literally in a cage, but you know. Well, so is she. It's the same fate. But I feel like Eito seems to be happy the majority of the time, and he manages to escape a lot of the times too. Sayaka Ohara, she sounds so moe. She sounds so cute. She might be a wolf in disguise. Oh no. Well, there are wolves in the Ushiromiya mansion, so gotta be careful. Eito's cage was smaller, true. Had a lot of fun in the casual route. Casual route? I don't know if I played that one. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She had voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly.
見たい。
I want to see.
何を？
See what?
動物園が見たいのだ。
I want to see a zoo. Look at her smiling. I have to take a screenshot. I'm sorry. She's too cute. Moe incarnate. Jesus. Oh, she's too cute. Yeah, she's so happy. I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a far-sightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle, I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
そなたと話すと知らないことばかり出てくる。
When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know.
わらわは学校なるものもわからぬし、 園も知らぬ。
I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos.
映画館も知らぬ。
I don't know about movie theaters.
遊園地も知らぬ。
I don't know about amusement parks.
そしてそれを知りたいと心の底から思う。
And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things.
そなたはわらわをそこへ連れて行ってくれるのか。
Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed to not notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish.
わらわはもうベアトリーチェは嫌だ。
I have had enough of Beatrice.
わらわが何者なのか。
I want to know who I
ベ
am.
アトリーチェではない新しい人間を始めたい。
I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice.
だからここから連れ出してほしい。
So, I want you to take me away from here.
もう紅茶もいらぬ。
I don't need tea anymore.
ドレスもいらぬ。
I don't need this dress.
金蔵とも二度と会わぬ。
I won't meet with Kinzo again.
ここよりわらわを連れ出してくれ。
Please take me from here.
ローザ。
However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father and not mother either. Should I talk to Onisama or One-sama? No. What about that reliable Genji-san? Or that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Gulp. I wonder if they'll even make it. I have a feeling that something is gonna go horribly wrong before they get anywhere. Delsney Land. Take her to Delsney Land. Rosa definitely kept her promise, right? What makes you think that? Huh. I wonder. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She'd left a world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So, everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. I haven't seen Alice in Wonderland. Or if I did, I don't remember it, so I don't really get the reference with the rabbit and the watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still in this and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. They made it, I think. Maybe. Alice in Wonderland is my favorite fairy tale. I should maybe watch Alice in Wonderland. I don't even know what it's based on an original fairy tale, right? So I should probably read it first. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured. Realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long. So I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. Okay. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay. Okay? Surely she isn't gonna fall down the cliff. That's not gonna happen, right? Oh my god. This can go so wrong. Oh, I'm scared. Based on Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Book by Lewis Carroll. Less fairy tale-y. Okay, okay. I prefer the sequel Alice's Adventures Through the Looking Glass. I didn't even know there was more than one. Surely. Surely. Sorry. Hello, Patoy. Welcome in. So I was gonna beat her down the cliff. She hasn't become the beater. Not yet. I'm sure Kenzo taught her how to rock climb. No, I don't think so. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Didn't she say that she didn't have any magical abilities, though?
気をつけてくださいね。
Please be careful.
結構高いから。
We're pretty high up. Indeed.
気をつけるぞ。
I shall be careful.
下へ降りたら海があるな。
It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down.
そこに水族館があるのか。
Is there an aquarium there?
いえ、この島には水族館はないですよ。
No, there aren't any aquariums on this island.
でも、海にはたくさんの魚がいると思います。
But there should be lots of fish in the sea.
そうか。
I see.
魚はいるのか。
So there are fish.
そなたが話してくれた、クジラとかイルカとかペンギンとかはいるのか。
Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about?
いえ、そういうのは水族館に行かないといないです。
No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those.
水族館は島を出ないとないですよ。
And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium.
そうなのか。
Is that so?
だが楽しみだ。
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
クジラとはどんな魚なのか。
What kind of fish are whales?
すっごく大きな魚で、あれ、哺乳類かな。
They're really big fish. Huh, aren't they mammals?
それで潮を吹いたりします。
And they spit seawater into the air. Oh my god, I'm having such a good time. They're so cute. This is so cute. But it's gonna go so horribly wrong. I'm just waiting for it to go so wrong. Hello, Skip. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Oh, she's so cute. I don't want this to end. I'm surprised they're talking like this while climbing down the cliff like, hello, focus! Doesn't even know what a whale is. I don't even know how old she is here. I had a friend who drew these two on an amusement park day out. Very sweet. Oh man. That sounds really cute.
ならばイルカは？
And dolphins?
頭のいい魚で。これも哺乳類だっけ？
They're really smart fish. And, oh, weren't they also mammals?
とても頭が良くて芸とかを覚えられるんですよ。
They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff.
ならばペンギンはどうなのか？
Then what about penguins? I like how it's called pengi?
あれ、これは鳥類だっけ？
weren't they birds?
なんだ。
What's going on?
水族館なのにさっきから魚が出てこんの？
We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. Well,
まあその魚だけでなくいろいろな海の生き物がいっぱいいるんですよ。
they aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean.
ほほ、それはとても楽しみだ。
I really am looking forward to that. Oh no. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. Oh no. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? Wow, she already had the fucking abusiveness in her. It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Oh man. This cannot be real.
それで
I thought they would at least make it to the fucking mansion before something horrible happened. I didn't expect her to actually fall down the cliff. I didn't actually think that would happen. This is so bad. This is so awful. This sucks. I'm so sad. I'm so mad and sad. That's like the worst part. Yep. Man. This was such a beautiful scene, but it was, it had to end that way, I know, but still. This could have been the turning point of both their lives, for sure. Never saw penguins, never saw them. At least Rosa gave her a hope she'd never have gotten otherwise. I mean, it's a nice little scene, you know. She was happy, happier than she'd ever been probably, but still, that it had to end that way is so unfortunate. Did you expect it, Spooky? You seem pretty calm regarding it. Yep, I did expect it. I mean, something bad had to happen, and Rosa was talking about taking her to some place, so I was assuming that, oh, since she was tired and wanting to climb down the cliff, she probably felt responsible for what happened somewhere down the line of their route back to the mansion. So, yeah, I was kind of expecting it. And you can guess how Maria's whole thing with Beatrice sets Rosa off. Oh yeah, I can see that, yeah. Hmm.
崖から落ちてどうなったんだ
So, she fell from the cliff, and then what?
彼女はどうしたんだ
What happened to
ロ
her?
ーザ
Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory.
死んだ。
She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ。
Yes, she died!
岩浜だったもの。尖った危険
God,
な
I
岩
don't
がた
even
くさん
wanna
の木足になって
imagine.
いた。
It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed.
目を見開いたまま、すごい血が溢れ出して、たちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった。
Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet.
声をかけたわ。揺さぶったわ。
I spoke to her, I shook her.
彼女は返事はおろか、瞬きすらも。
But she refused to respond.
まぶたを閉じることさえしてくれなかった。
Not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids.
私が悪いのよ。
It was my fault.
彼女はドレス姿だったのよ。
She was wearing a dress,
あ
remember?
んな動きにくい格好なのを知っていたのに、私が壁木を降りようなんて言ってしまったから。
Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff.
彼女はすごい素直だったから、私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って。
She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts.
いつまで死んでいるつもりか。
How long do you plan on remaining dead?
いい加減に目を覚ませ。
Open your eyes already.
まったく。わらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に姿を変えようって。
Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. Oh. Her death is very traumatic to Rosa and to me. Hello, Sir Random Lemon, and hello, Inkenny. Welcome in, thank you. This was not very healthy for a young girl to see, I'll bet. Yeah, Batara. He's just been dead. I wonder if he can still hear while he's dead. She obeyed what I said without any doubts, just like Maria. Oh, true. Isn't Maria basically very similar to Beato, the one stuck in that cage, technically? They're both very naive, and I feel like Maria also takes things very literally, and she believes anything anyone says. They're very similar because, well, Maria is a child, and the Beato in the hidden mansion was basically a child since she doesn't have any life experience. Yeah. He's just been mush on the floor this whole time. Poor guy. Maria is more worldly. A little bit, yeah. But they are very similar to me still. Maria probably likes penguins too, probably. Innocence and naivete. Mm-hmm.
おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ。
I was just flirting with your ass Nechan friends.
それより、これはどういうことだ？
More importantly, what the heck's going on here?
見たままよ。
Well, as you can see,
わらわは足を踏み外して転落し、
I missed my footing, fell down,
死んだ。
and died.
なんだと？
What the hell?
19人目として登場しておきながら、
Even though you showed up as the 19th person,
死んだだと？
you were already dead?
ふざけるな。そんなわけはない。
Don't mess with me, that's impossible.
ローザおばさんは子供だったし、焦ってた。
Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was
医
panicked.
者がいたわけでもない。
It's not like a doctor was
多
there.
分死んだと誤解しただけで、お前は多分仮死状態か何かで生きていたんだ。
She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead, and you were probably, alive and pretending to be dead or something.
そうだろ。
Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. And she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead, but she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together.
そう簡単には騙されねえぞ。
I'm really happy that I didn't have to see her body laying there after falling down from the cliff. Yeah, I don't want to imagine it either. That sounds awful. I'm glad there's no CG for that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Rosa's not responsible. She's a little kid here, and you know, you can't expect her to take full responsibility for taking care of basically another kid. It's in the manga and it's awful. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. Ryukishi puts the fucked up scenes. In the manga. God, I remember seeing some images from the Higurashi manga. Holy shit. That stuff is really, really brutal to look at. I just imagine a watermelon half embedded in the background. Watermelon, what? It's Kenzo's fault for doing the cage bullshit. True. That's her head. Oh. Oh. They didn't show it in the anime? Interesting. I won't let you trick me so easily.
赤で復唱できるか
Can you repeat it in red?
確かに死んだと
That she's certainly dead.
どうせ生きてるんだろ
She has to be alive, right?
見え見えだぜ
It's obvious.
それのどこが生きているように見えるというのか。
How does that look alive to you?
間違いなく死んでいる。
It's definitely dead. Oh. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but
ならお前は何者だってんだ
then who are you?
お前はたった今死んだんだろうが
You just died, right?
まさか魔法で蘇ったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな
Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic.
すでに説明したと思うがな。
I've already explained that, have I not?
そこに倒れているわらわは確かに魂はわらわだが、
The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul.
その体はわらわを写し尾へつなぎ止めておく肉の檻に過ぎなかった。
But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world.
そしてその肉の檻がこうして壊れた。
This is how that cage of flesh was broken.
それがどういうことかわかるか？
Do you understand what that means?
もうさっぱりだぜ
I don't have a clue anymore.
好きなだけ魔女っ子トークに興じろよ
Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks.
チャカの代わりに聞いてやら
I'll listen to that in place of a snack.
なんだ空っぽか
What the? It's empty.
おい紅茶のおかわりを頼むぜ
Hey, could I get some more black tea? This fucking guy. It's like he's watching a movie. Welcome back, Red Truth. Mm-hmm. I find it interesting that it said it's definitely dead and not she's definitely dead. I don't know. Does this mean the reason Kenzo keeps wanting her to show herself is because Beatrice just disappeared one day? I mean, he specifically wants her to smile, so even if he like had this version of Beato with him, she didn't look particularly happy according to Rosa, so I think he just wants her to be the way that he wants her to be. But she couldn't do that in that state either. And I'm guessing he, I don't know, tried to create versions of her that would be like the original or something, but couldn't do it. And he just wants the original. Hello, Garam. Welcome in. Witches really do exist. Yeah, you can see one right here. She's talking about her body. Oh yeah, maybe it, the cage?
ロノエ、客人が紅茶をお望みだ。
Ronove, our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ronove appeared. Butler's sure are convenient.
おかわりですね。
A refill, you say?
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
どの程度お継ぎしましょうか。
How much shall I pour you?
どうせチャカがボリューム満点だろうからよ
Well, I've got more than enough snacks.
半分でいいぜ
Half will be fine.
それでも、なみなみとお入れするのが英国式でございますよ。
Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence.
ちょっと目を覚ましてよ
Hey, open your eyes!
ビアトリーチェ
Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. So I fell from there and died. For a while I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning, the fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo, and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death. But I should be thanking you. Yeah, that wasn't really the best life to live, if I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, homunculus. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away. It would probably take more than 100, 200 days, and it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I'm the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo, regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. I really hope that he won't be able to summon her soul back into a new homunculus again. The low opacity Beato is funny.
それで、お前は黄金の蝶に姿を変え、森の中に潜んで魔力が回復するのを待った。ってのか?
And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored? Is that what you're saying?
そういうことだ。
That is correct.
そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を取るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が魔力的には楽なのだ。
I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies.
無理しねえで楽な格好で嫌がれよ。
Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever is easiest.
ムカつく笑い声を聞かずに済むぜ。
I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh.
蝶に姿を変え、森に紛れたわらわを探し出すことなど、もはや金蔵には不可能なこと。
When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me.
だが、金蔵も指を加えているわけではなかった。
However, Kinzo was not dismayed.
しかし、わらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はできぬ。
Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me.
そのため、まずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法。
So, he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island.
そして、わらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう、即座に手を打ったのだ。
And to keep me from regaining my power.
やれやれ。とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら、 想像を絶する。
My, at any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable.
あれに惚れられるのもなかなかに辛いものだぞ。
It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. Yeah, that kinda sucks.
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法？
Definitely doesn't seem like he was successful given the whole Beatrice he's got going on. I'm assuming that since he wasn't able to immediately catch her, and like she said, just, decided to focus on trapping her soul on the island so that he could work on getting her to summon her soul again. What if he's gotten like really good at putting or like summoning souls? And what if he like used the Fukuin house to like find a human to put her soul into instead of working on, I don't know, raising a whole new baby, since that would take years. Maybe he like used orphans from the Fukuin house to like put her soul into it. But then, oh my god, I don't know what would that mean? That might be why Shannon and Kanon can do that stuff. I wonder, since they're also like beings made, quote unquote, by Kinzo, I wonder if he like put other souls in there. I don't know. It's kind of complicated with them. But he wouldn't be treating them like that. They wouldn't be his servants if he was able to successfully put her soul into them, I don't know. Shonen is good at making barriers too, so I guess that's a thing. I wonder if the Ushidomiyas have similar abilities they need to tap into. That'd be kind of cool. I'm guessing Maria does for sure. The orphans from Fukuin House are free. You can take them. I have 20 orphans working in my mansion right now. It's very lucrative. I'll keep thinking about this. We found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies.
なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張ったってのか？
What? Did he put a bug net around the entire forest?
うん。
Indeed.
それを魔法的に行ったのだ。
A magical one.
そなたは知っておるか？
Didn't you know?
船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、そこに小さな東洋魔術の祠があることを。
On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic.
ああ、あれか。
That.
今年はなくなってたけどな。
It was gone by this year, though.
昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ？
It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right?
六軒島は元来、歪みのある島でございます。
From the very beginning, Rokenjima has been an island enveloped by a distortion.
魔力的な存在や、それに類した存在を引きつけます。
It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures.
お嬢様も、そんなうちのお一人でございましょうね。
Milady herself is one of them.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
How about some more tea?
いただこうぞ。それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。
They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake.
それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。
That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them.
長い時間を経て、その力は失われておった。
A long time passed and that power was lost.
金蔵はそれを修復することで、島の結界を蘇らせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier and once again bound me to the island.
西洋魔女のお前に東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ。
Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you?
本来は相性が悪い。
Normally, the affinity would be poor.
しかしわらわを封じたいという目的においてはある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way.
わらわも西洋魔術であれば心得がある。
If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge.
どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろ
For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken.
う。しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。
But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise.
わらわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく箸を与えられたようなものだ。
A fitting example, actually. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink.
東洋魔術が強く支配する空間では、西洋魔術はひどく力を失います。
In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power.
ただでさえ、千日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間を。
Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength,
さらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
she would have to wait many, many more.
それで約20年かけて魔力を取り戻し、今こうして蘇ったって言いたいのか？
So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see?
辛く長い年月であった。
Those were horribly long years.
わらわは黄金の蝶の姿のまま長く日々を送り、金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。
I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion and watched over him every day.
どのように仕返しをしてやろうか、それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。
I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him.
わらわにとって幸運だったのはその間の20年間。
It's kind of ironic how her being trapped there in butterfly form is basically the same thing as her being trapped in the hidden mansion in human form. Except for the fact that she doesn't have to spend time with Kinzo if she doesn't want to. She can just leave, theoretically. She does not have to be by his side. That's one pro, but still. It's not much better. Takes 20 years to eat soup with chopsticks. You can just throw the chopsticks away and drink it out of the bowl directly. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me.
金蔵はわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。
Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed.
人間に起こせる奇跡の数などたかが知れている。
There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about.
わらわをあれだけ長く捉えていただけでも十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。
Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place.
そう何度も捉えられてはたまらぬわ。
It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times.
じいさまが前のゲームだかで言ってたな。
Grandfather said something in the previous game.
魔法は確率的奇跡に宿る。みたいなことをよ。
It was something like, magic lies in a miracle of probability.
うん。
Indeed.
金蔵はわらわを再び捉える秘術を探るうちにそこに行き着いたのだ。
As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled onto that.
そして13人の生贄を捧げることでわらわを再び蘇らせる儀式をついに編み出したのだ。
Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again.
13人の生贄。
13 people as sacrifices.
それが魔女の碑文。
That is the witch's epitaph,
生贄の歌でございます。
a song of sacrifices.
第一の晩に6人。
6 people on the first twilight,
第二の晩に2人。
2 people on the second,
そして 第4の番から第8の番にかけて5人。
And then 5 more people on the 4th through 8th twilights.
合計13人の生贄を捧げる禁じられた儀式。
A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices.
その生贄はランダムに決められ、儀式を執り行う金蔵自身も例外にはなりません。
Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Makes sense now. She knows who she is as well. Yeah, true. Another win. Never tell me the odds. Well, technically he knows the odds, but he's deep in it.
バカ野郎。
Dumbass.
この島で起こったあの凄惨な殺人が全部おかしな儀式だって言うのかよ。
Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a weird ceremony? I had a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, "Oh, really?" and accept it.
六軒島には18人いる。
There are 18 people on Rokkenjima.
13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。
13 are offered as sacrifices, 5 are left alive.
そしてわらわはよみがえる。
Then I revive.
つまり、金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率は、だいたい3分の1といったところか。
In other words, the odds that Kinza will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3.
その確率に自らの命を落とし、
He bet his own life on those odds.
残りわずかな寿命の最後の一瞬に、わらわとの再会を望んだのだ。
Wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life.
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。
You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony?
ふざけやがって。
Don't fuck with me.
いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
Don't say stuff like that. Damn it.
元より契
Oh, well,
約
he
の通り
did, though. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning.
金蔵の生を終えるとき、
When Kinzo's life ended,
貸し与えた黄金と、そして金蔵が生み出した財産のすべてを、わらわがもらい受けることになっておる。
all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me.
金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、
Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally.
今となっては、この1000年でも稀な時間だった。
But looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life.
何しろ、魔女の天敵は退屈よ。
After all, boredom is my natural enemy.
それから逃れることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、
To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades.
なるほど。それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。
Yes, you could say I owe him for that. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, girly. And here I thought there were only 5 Twilight movies. I don't think I've ever seen even one of them. Yu-Gi-Oh has taught me Gishiki means ritual, and it does come in handy listening to Umineko. Yeah, sometimes I'll catch random Japanese words that I know and I'm like, wow. Amazing. It's been said like multiple times that it's a ceremony, and he still, I mean, he says that he wants to deny it, but you know.
わらわは金蔵のゲームに乗ることにした。
I decided to go along with Kinzo's game.
そしてまず、金蔵は後宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。
So, to start, Kinzo returns the Ushiromiya family head's ring to me.
わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。
It was my gold that revived the family after all.
そして、13人の生贄を気まぐれに決めるのだ。
Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be
そ
sacrifices.
してその過程で、お前たちが右往左往し、
While that happens, you all run about.
わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な人間模様を見せてくれることは、わらわにとって非常に愉快なことだ。
showing me all kinds of human interactions as you tried to oppose me, and entertaining me greatly.
わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
Yes, I have truly taken a liking to this game of Kinzos. Hello, Fita. Hello, Marihan. Welcome back, Fita. You missed Beato falling off a cliff. And basically explaining to Batara that this is all a ceremony and what Kinzo is trying to accomplish. So not that much, but it was very tragic to see her fall down the cliff.
Ah! そんな魔法話は絶対信じねえぞ。
I don't know why that scream was so funny to me. He can scream really well. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story.
じゃあお前は誰なんだ？
Then who are
お
you?
前は崖から転落して死んだんだろうが。
You fell off a cliff and died, right?
魂が抜け出して蝶になって森へ？
Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest?
そんなのあるわけねえだろうが。
That isn't possible.
だがお前はここにいる。
But you're here.
誰だってんだ？
Who are
お
you?
前こそが19人目じゃねえのかよ。
Aren't you the 19th person?
そうであるな。わらわこそが19人目であろうな。
That is true. I am the 19th person.
だがダメだぜ。
But it's useless, right?
全然ダメだ。
It's all useless.
この六軒島に19人以上の人間は存在しない。
There are no more than 18 humans on this Rokenjima. Wait, what? This Rokenjima? There's multiple? Oh gosh, okay. Alright. Stole his line, yeah. My head fucking hurts, Natsuhikif. She knows when to draw her sword. Yeah, fucking give it to him. What did you say?
ってことは18人プラス X の X は存在しないってのかよ。
So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Well, it exists, but it's zero.
俺が取ったコマ X は存在しないってのかよ。
Are you saying the piece I took, the X, doesn't exist?
そういうことになります。
That is what this means.
実にご愁傷様ですよ。
My condolences.
しかし、お嬢様は手がお早いですな。
Still, you do move fast, milady.
もう少し泳がせて、最後にひっくり返すものとばかり思っておりました。
And I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end.
さて、バトラ様。お茶のおかわりはもう結構ですか？
Well then, Batara-sama, would some more tea be agreeable?
いらねえよ、畜生。
I don't need it, damn it!
俺は信じないぞ。
I don't believe it.
18人の中に犯人がいるわけね。
The culprit can't be one of the 18.
じゃあお前は何なんだよ。どうしてここにいるんだよ。
And what are you? And why are you here?
19人目が存在しないってんなら、お前は18人の誰かの変装だって言うのかよ。
If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise?
そなたにとってしぶしぶとではあっても
Perhaps you're castling?
18人の誰かを疑うことが最後の人
What is
間
castling?
キャスリングとなるであろうな。
Though reluctantly, you're doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out.
しかしわらわはここからが難しいのだ。
However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. Chess move. Ah. Gotta run, enjoy. Thank you so much, Broken Bee, for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, thank you. Is 0 existing or is that null? Things to consider. True, true. We spent 2 streams of her denying to say anything about the 19th person because she wanted to show her awesome backstory. She was like, yeah, let me show you my past, and then I'm gonna screw you so bad. I'm gonna make you feel hope and then utterly crush it. King through the rook. It's defensive but also lets the rook loose. It's really a good move you can do with your king and rook. Swap the positions of your king and rook to put the king in the corner and rook in the middle. It's seen as defensive mostly. If you've never played or watched chess, castling sounds like a fake made-up rule to give you a bullshit advantage. I have played chess like 1 time in my life, and I didn't really understand the rules. I have to get back in it. I have to make some tea myself too. I feel like my throat has been hurting. I've been feeling kind of like I've been getting sick again, and I don't want to get sick. Usually I get really sick in the summer as opposed to the winter. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I'll go get some tea. Oh, there's gonna be an ad break now anyway. It's something a kid would make up to win. I actually was in a second-hand store the other day, and I was like, oh, Umineko kind of made me want to get into chess. And I was looking to see if they have any chess sets there that I can buy, but they didn't have any. I'm gonna keep checking every now and then, because they had a lot of stuff. I was never in a second-hand store that had anything but clothing in it. It had clothes and like furniture and board games, and I was like, ah! Always be spinning the board. True, true, don't forget. The Outlast trial lobby has chess. Damn, I gotta play it. Let's get on Outlast trials right now, Skip. Let's play a round of chess. Let me finish her lines real quick before the ad break. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people, making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces. Will be truly difficult. Alright. Whoa. You can buy servants in there. I've been to a few thrift stores and they have so many trinkets and weird gadgets. Yeah, it's so cool. They had like some really cool antique furniture and like some weird looking clock, and it looked so awesome, but I was like, where am I gonna put that? My home is like furnished almost entirely with IKEA furniture. It's gonna look so out of place. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get tea canons. I'm gonna go get some tea. I hope to be back in 3 minutes, but it might take a little bit longer for the kettle, electric kettle, to cook the water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back and I have tea. I don't have black tea, but I have I don't know what this is. I actually have no idea what's in this tea, but it's really good. It's actually my favorite tea. Just tastes really sweet. What episode is this? I just finished episode 3, hoping not to get spoiled. This is episode 3, so you're good. Hello, Roopjik. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Hope you enjoyed episode 3. I'm gonna try to drink this tea in between and not forget about it, like every time that I make tea. I hope I don't forget it. Oh, wait, I can actually... Oh no, that's still the wrong one. My bad. Giving myself head pats. I love this. It was so good. I came to see people react to it. I love it so far. We just basically saw human Beato fall down the cliff after she followed Rosa out of the hidden mansion area. And now she's making fun of Batara with the red truth, saying that only 18 people are Onro Kenjima. So that's where we're at.
18人の誰も疑わない。
As if I'd do that. I won't suspect any of the 18.
疑いたくない。
I don't want to suspect people.
またここに追い込まれちまったのか。
Have I really been cornered here again?
畜生。畜生畜生。
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
三度に及んだそなたとのゲーム、いよいよ終盤戦のようではないか。
It looks like we're finally approaching the end in the third round of this game of ours.
もう逃げ場はないぞ。
You've nowhere to run anymore, right?
お前の大好きな18人を疑いたくないだろう。わらわがそれをかぶってやるぞ。
You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? You're trying to hide that from me.
なのになぜわらわを拒むのか。
Then why do you refuse me?
序盤は本のように、中盤は魔術師のように。
They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician,
そして終盤は機械のようにさせとな。
and the end game like a machine.
これより詰めるぞ。
What corner are you from here on?
ゆっくりじっくり確実にな。
Slowly, carefully, surely.
いや、それともそなたにふさわしく一気に畳みかけるのが良いのか。
Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your art style more, your style more? That's kind of
そなたに
art.
はそれが似合うだろう。そうしよう。
Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that.
すでにそなたの苦手とする攻め方も知り抜いておるわ。
I'm now fully aware of the sort of attacks you're weakest against. She's so evil. She's back to being evil. I love it. Who amongst us hasn't died at least once? You'd be surprised. Even though the first Twilight hasn't begun, yeah, the game hasn't even really started. It's close to starting though. I think it was like 9 p.m. the last time we had a time move forward, I think. I'm too scared to drink my tea. I'm gonna burn my mouth and my tongue and then I'll die. Not yet. I gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. Oh my god! I didn't need to see that, Yukishi. Did not need to see those two. You could have spared me. The horror! Oh, is it now 12? I need an emote of Spooky as the battle laugh sprite. Oh my god. If you know an artist who can draw like in a similar style, that'd be awesome. I know that some people have like... I saw someone... Oh, I think it was Margot. Yeah, she has... I think it was used in my last stream. She has an emote of her with the Rena Hau sprite. But I think she's an artist, so she probably drew it herself. Georgie jump scare, truly the worst of them. Were they in the boiler room? Who? I don't remember what the boiler room looked like anymore. Paging Nue, true. should contact Rikishi directly and ask if he's interested in doing Twitch emotes. That'd be so nice. I kind of like these little scenes where we just see like what all the characters are up to. Oh, 12 a.m. now. We can begin. I got an achievement. We finished the chapter. Yippee! Damn. I really thought that I could finish the whole chapter in the last stream. That would have taken me 2.5 hours. 12 a.m. Let's go. The game begins. I love the house sprite. It's so cute. Rikishi already has a VTuber daughter? What? Who? I need to know. I didn't know that. That's news to me. You're gonna spin the chessboard around soon? Love chat having no idea how long chapters are. Yeah. They're long. I used to be able to finish one chapter of Higurashi in one whole stream, but I feel like Umineko kinda difficult. But for Higurashi, I also used to stream for like 7 hours straight to finish a chapter. Especially episode 2, I think that was like the first time I went over... I might have even gone up to... Was it 9 or 7 hours? I don't remember. It was very long. The 7th expansion VTuber. Nana... Kakobek... What? Sorry, I have to look this up. This is too important for me right now. Who is that? Little... Okay. The horns, the flower in the head, the fucking Angel Mort-esque uniform. This is crazy. Oh, maybe I shouldn't read it. I shouldn't read the description of the wiki because I'm gonna get spoiled. But holy... That is so cool. I only saw the sprite, nothing else. The horns kind of remind me of Higurashi. I was looking at the stream lengths and thinking to myself, god damn, those are endurance streams. I don't know how I did it back then. Lots of tea, I think. The last chapter of Watanagashi is very long. Yep, the later chapters of each episode are really long sometimes. Yeah, I saw Beato's name come up in the wiki and I was like, never mind, not reading this. Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit or you may resist. Either way, it will be truly... it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kenzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. He's insane. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again. Measuring time is a brutal thing. I know this soundtrack is like super beautiful, but every time I hear it, I think of the beginning of the game, where every time this played, we just had Kinzo fucking wailing, crying on his knees. It's just... It's so funny to me. One of the comments from the VTuber videos, so I understand it, Rikishi decided to abandon Seconia, but decided to make another project on When They Cry, and namely Fans When They Cry. Please clap. Yeah, basically.
24を数えるために1日をかけてたどり着き、そして再びゼロに戻る。
Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day and then returns back to 0.
23時59分までは確かに数えただろう。
It certainly did count to 23. Well, I don't know how to fucking read this out loud. It's 11:59 p.m.
しかし24時にたどり着くことはできたのだろうか。
However, is it ever able to reach 24?
たどり着けず
12 a.m.
再び0時に戻ったと考えればそれは何とも虚しいことよ。
If you conclude that it returns to 0 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. A beautiful peace-stained Peg Kinzo, true. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0.
わしは違うぞ。
I'm different.
わしは生きて24にたどり着く。
I will
そ
live
ここそが黄金郷。
and reach 24. That itself is the Golden Land.
ベアトリーチェの住処なのだから。
For that is where Beatrice dwells. Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew. Tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for his most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he sought an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over, with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This way, Kinzo's personal magical interpretation... I cannot read. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. He's gonna start crying again. Do you not use 24-hour time in Germany? We do, but then I don't know how to say it in English. I don't know, do you just say it's 23 o'clock? Like, what do you say? In German, you just say, like, if I were to say 23 o'clock, I would just say 23 Uhr. You just hang Uhr at the end of the number, you know? Does that make sense? It sounds wrong if I say it in English for some reason. Hello, Flufo. Welcome in. Kinzo treats tarot as a roguelike, true. He's so Rika-coded, reaching for that impossible result, true. Kind of, in a way. But he does it for, like, awful reasons, you know? 2300. Yeah, I think that was I thought that was a military thing. I hate to say it, but we say 11 p.m. and it's so wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It all sounds horrible. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I don't know how to read it out loud, and I'll probably just continue saying AM and PM. It's just easier and people know what I'm talking about.
今宵は思い通りにならぬな。
Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for.
そういうことなのか。
Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed.
わしだ。源氏はおるか。至急だ。
It is I. Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up. I like how he says, it is I, like as if they wouldn't be able to tell by the fucking voice and the anger that it portrays. I don't know of any other way to speak it in English other than the XX100 method. Yeah, me neither. Can any Brits in chat who use 24-hour confirm? I don't know. I always got confused as a kid with AM and PM, and I was like, why the fuck is that a thing? And I never understood it until like I spent a few years having like conversations over chat with Americans, and I got used to the AM and PM system, but now when this comes up, I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to say it? But maybe I'll switch back and forth between the XX100, or maybe I'll just say AM and PM. Well, technically, Genji and Nanjo are also old, but you know, they wouldn't sound as angry as Kinzo. Does German also have special words for half hour or 15 to the next hour? Yeah, so half hour would be halb. So if it's like, I don't know, 9:30, you'd say halb 10. Halb being half and 10 being 10. And 15 to the next hour would be viertel vor, which would literally translate to 1/4 prior. Something like that. Viertel, halb und dreiviertel. Viertel, halb? I don't think I've ever heard that before. What is viertel, halb? As an American who uses 24-hour, I just read it aloud as 12-hour, but sometimes I'll use the military way to read at the time. Viertel 10. It's like 9:15. What? That makes me angry. No. That is dumb. I have never heard that before. That is very interesting. I wonder if that's like an Austrian thing. I've never heard it here in Germany. It sounds like some bullshit. It sounds made up. We would just say viertel nach 9 in that case. Viertel 10 sounds crazy. It's real. Gosh. What the hell? That's crazy. Really funny though. Anyway, she just got proposed to. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that Joji's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from Joji, Shonan kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shonan immediately chased away, the emotion swelling up inside her.
Genji-sama?
I say fiddle nachtu, but the elderly say fiddle without the nach. That is crazy. I really want to visit Austria at some point in my life just to see what it's like. I think it'll be fun.
Kanon-kun mo.
Genji-sama and Kanon-kun too. I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with Joji. Ooh la la.
シャン、親方様が至急書斎へ来るようにとの仰せだ。
Oh, my tea is cold enough to drink now. Wien is really nice. I actually met someone online many years ago, and I think she lives in Wien, if I'm not mistaken. Vienna.
急ぐ。
Shannon, the master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry. Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world?
不吉な予感がするってさ。自分で儀式を起こしたので都合のいい話さ。
He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony.
大田に気取られぬよう裏から入る。
They're so sneaky! No wonder they're constantly being suspected of murdering 13 people. We will enter from the back so that Goda doesn't notice us.
足音気をつけ。
Hide your footsteps.
はい。姉さん、注意して。姉さんは賑やかだから。
He can't say that while I'm trying to drink tea. Why would you say it like that? Yes, Nei-san, take care. You're so noisy. Kana was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family, these servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Kanon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. I wonder if it has anything to do with her. I think it was said that she had a heart? Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual. I'm also, thinking about whether or not this is, the same as episode 1, because Shannon got proposed to in the same way, but it seems like she gave Joji the answer right away instead of waiting to show him with the ring being on her finger the next day. So it's not the same as episode 1, but very close. I think of Kanon as being like a cat and Shannon being like a big dog, a Labrador or something. You know what? I can see it.
Genji-sama.
急ぐぞ。
Indeed, let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. Kenji is an old husky. true. Cute. Remember the warehouse scene where Hideyoshi saw her body with the ring? Please. My heart shattered that moment. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison particular to Kinzo's study reached their noses. Oh my god, this is a new Genji expression, I'm pretty sure. We've never seen him so shocked. He's never shown this much emotion. What is it, Genji-sama?
結界が死んでいる。
The barrier is dead. Sorry if I keep losing tracking. The cup of tea is hiding my face, apparently. After hearing Kanon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob. A powerful ward against magic. The final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred.
親方様、親方様、源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Master, it is Genji. Please open the door. Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノン、背中を守れ。カノン、室内を探れ。
Shannon, guard our backs. Kanon searched the inside of the room.
はい。
Yes, sir. Okay, took a big gulp. I finished my tea. I can put it down now. Hehe. Finally using my toggles. Incredible. Kanon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるはずです。
The master must be in there.
ですが、静かすぎます。
But it's too quiet.
ご無事だということか。
Do you mean to say he's safe?
いえ、
No.
静かがすぎます。
It's too quiet. Yeah, usually he'd be screaming around.
まさかそんな
Could it possibly be...
親方様、扉を失礼させていただきます。
Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open, from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been opened even for humans.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. What did you say before? Kinzo only has a 33% chance to survive every game. I guess since this is the third game, he's 1 for 3. Yeah, he lived one time. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. He's fine, don't worry about it. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him and bowed again deeply. Kanon also noticed that person. But he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか。
So, you have come.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama. Who else could this be?
源氏か。
Oh, but she's wearing her fancy outfit this time. I hate that the keyhole is upside down. Me too! I'm so thrown off by it.
なかなかに早いな。
Genji, is it? You came very quickly.
やはり家具は主の呼びかけに素早く応える方が良い。
Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to their master's call quickly.
こやつとは大違いだ。
Unlike this person.
ロノエ様もお越しでしたか。
So Ronove-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greeting towards the thin darkness behind and the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Kanon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight.
相変わらずさすがです。
This must be so weird, no? Your name is Ronoe Genji, and then you see this guy, and he's so smug and weird, and his name is Ronove. Like, hello? That must be kind of weird, no? Did Joji see all this commotion, I wonder? I don't think so. He went back the other way to the guest house, I'm pretty sure. As usual, you don't disappoint.
だいぶの久しぶりになりますね。
It has been quite some time.
それにしても老けましたね。
Still, you've grown old, haven't you?
それだけの弱いを重ねましたか。
Have so many years truly passed you by?
充実した日々を過ごしております。
My days have been full and satisfying.
ロノエ様におかれましても、ますます充実されておりますようお見受けいたします。
It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Ronove-sama.
え
Yes,
え、おかげさまです。
thank you.
そしてシャノンも久しぶりですね。
And Shannon, it has been a long time since I saw you as well.
君は随分と美しくなった。
You have grown quite beautiful.
そして随分と強くなったようですね。
And it seems that you have grown quite
良
strong.
いことです。
That is fortunate.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Hello, Krango. Hi, hi. I take it we now know how many people are on the island. According to Beato, only 18. Yes, we saw her fall down the cliff and her human body dying, basically.
姉さん、あいつは一体。
Nesan, who in the world?
カノン君とは会うのは初めてになりますね。
This will be our first meeting, Kanon-kun.
私はベアトリーチェ様の家具頭を任されておりますロノウエと申します。
I, Ronove, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture.
源氏さんの古い馴染みですよ。
I am an old friend of Genji-san's,
あなたと同じに私も家具です。
and I am also furniture, just like you.
使える主は異なりますが、
Although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Kanon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well.
わらわもすっかり嫌われたものだ。
It seems I'm thoroughly despised.
坊主憎ければ今朝までなんとかとはよく言ったものよ。
It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Kanon's hate-filled face. Then Kanon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight, as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish?
親方様。
Master,
わらわが金蔵に伝えたのは2つ。
I have told Kinzo two things.
良い知らせと悪い知らせだった。
There was good and bad news.
良い知らせは、儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得たこと。
The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends.
悪い知らせは、金蔵が儀式の一番最初の生贄に選ばれてしまったことだ。
The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony.
こればかりはわらわにもどうしようもない。
There's absolutely nothing I can do about it,
実に気まぐれにルーレットにて決めたのだから。
because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette.
嘘をつけ。
Liar.
もて遊んで殺しているくせに。
We know you're just a murderer who kills for fun.
よして、カノン君。
Stop it, Kanon-kun.
さて金蔵、 そろそろ負けを認める気になったのか
So, Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss?
これにてわらわとの長きにわたる勝負は決着だな
With this, our long contest is at an end, yes? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already.
是非もなし。
It is unavoidable.
これもまた一興か。
Perhaps even this could be amusing.
わらわもだ
It is to me too.
そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれどもはや恩衆を超える
Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate.
楽しかったぞ
It was fun.
退屈しない数十年であった
These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move, and that decided it.
チェックメイト
Kill his ass.
これがわらわからそなたへの手向けだ
This is my final tribute to you.
心置きなく
Without any reservations.
眠れ
Sleep. Oh my god. Ha, 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 ha! Kenzo suddenly stood up and laughed like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. Oh my god! Holy shit! What the hell? It didn't say anything about him being on fire! Oh my god, this is a really cool CG. Goodness, this is awesome. This Kinzo on fire. Sure is. Chapter 1 throwback, true. Yeah, he was incinerated, no? Yeah, he's fine. He's just cooked, you know? That laugh spat crimson. Oh gosh. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. God. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And, for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end. In accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. That did not sound like a puppet, that sounded like glass shattering. He really loves that sound. Roast Kinzo, yummers, yummy yummy yum yum. This guy loves to be set on fire. He likes it. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burned up. And afterwards, nothing remained but a festering and burned corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. They set the VN line. What? Horrible.
お前が言うか
You should talk.
ふさわしい死に方だと思っているくせに
As if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die.
なぜお前が姿を現している
Why have you shown yourself?
僕たちに何か用だとでも言うのか
Do you have some business with us?
よしてカノン君
Stop it, Kanon-kun.
ベアトリーチェ様を挑発してはダメ
You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. Where has your confidence gone, Shannon?
すっかり怯えさせてしまいましたね。
It would seem you have them absolutely terrified.
わらわはつくづくカノンとは仲良くなれぬようだ。
I imagine I'll never get along with Kanon.
そう嫌いでもないというのにな。
Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly. Beatrice grinned. Kanon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノン、ベアトリーチェ様の御前であるぞ。
Kanon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama.
言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
Carefully consider your manner of speech.
ああ、構わぬぞ、源氏。
Oh, I care not, Genji.
好きに言わせてやれ。
Let him say what he pleases.
わらわは寛大である。
I'm gracious.
何が寛大だ。
How are you gracious?
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大である。
I'm always gracious to those who are about to die. Same, Miggles, same. Kanon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they just casually walked in here.
安心せよ、カノン。
Fear not, Kanon.
そなたらがここに訪れたから生贄に選ばれるのではない。
It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here.
生贄に選ばれているからこそ、ここに呼ばれているんじゃないか。
After all, you were called here because you'd been selected already. Oh, that's great.
なんだと。
What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
それがお望みですか。
Is that what you desire?
うん。
Indeed.
感謝せよ、家具どもよ。
Thank me, furniture.
そなたたちの苦難の日々は、今宵ようやく終わりを迎えた。
Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end.
それを告げに訪れたわらわに感謝せよ。
You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this.
かしこまりました。
Certainly,
それをお望みでしたら。
if that is your desire.
源氏様。
He's hardcore, man. Poor Kuma-sama, poor Golda. Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後はベアトリーチェ様が我らの主。
Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master.
その求めに応じるのが我らの最後の務め。
Responding to her demands shall be our final duty.
シャノ、カノ、今日までよく仕えた。
Shannon, Kanon, you have done well serving until today.
その労苦もこれにて終わりだ。
That hard work is over now.
源氏はさすがですね。
As I expected of you, Genji.
同じ家具としてあなたを誇りに思いますよ。
As your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you.
シャノ、
Shannon,
異論はないか。
do you have any objections?
はい。
I mean, it's not like they have a choice. I would like to not be killed, maybe? No. She loves being mean to them. I mean, she loves being mean to everyone, basically.
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られたそうだ
I heard that Joji-sama gave you a ring.
な。それでもなお未練はないか。
Do you still say that you have no regrets? How did he hear this exactly? She got it right before she went up with them. He has eyes everywhere.
はい。家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。
Yes, that blessing was more than furniture deserves.
指輪を頂戴しただけで、私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart, She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, Joji. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face.
それでよい。
Very well.
シャノンがそこまでの落ち着きを得るとは少し驚きでした。
It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon.
あなたも家具として達観したようですね。
It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture.
惚れた男と夜も共にできず、少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。
Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love?
退屈な女よ。
What a boring woman.
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。
This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama.
私たちの命をご所望でしたらどうぞお受け取りください。
If you desire our lives, please accept them.
私たちは慎んでそのお務めを全うします。
We will solemnly carry out that duty.
それ
Very well.
でよくぞ言ったな。
Excellently put. He's so nice today. He's like, yeah, you're doing great. Beato always makes it about the flesh. Yep.
ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle.
最近小奴めはだいぶ達観しよった。
She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately.
どうも前回いじめすぎたようだ。
I must have tormented her too much last time.
それを言ったらバトラもか。
Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Batara?
わらわはまだぬるいのか？
Am I still soft?
それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか？
Or is the way I corner them lacking?
いずれにせよ、面白みのないやつよ。
In any case, she's just no fun.
しかし、お前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな。
However, it seems you will still entertain me, right?
カノン
カノン君。
Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch.
カノン、わらわは退屈を何より嫌う。
Kanon, I had boredom more than anything.
そしてお前を除く二人が素直に死を受け入れるもので面白くない。
And the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all.
だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ。
So, I hope you don't betray my expectations.
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Are you trying to make me your plaything? Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. It was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two. The only way he could strike back at her. I mean, it would surely piss her off.
煉獄の七姉妹が長女、ルシファー。
Eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, Lucifer,
いでよ。
arise.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of pride, right here.
カノン、
Pride?
家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ。
Kanon, it would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch.
そなたがいくら怒りに駆られようとも、勝算のない戦いでは希望も持てまい。
No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success.
無論、勝ち目のない戦いでは、わらわも退屈というもの。
Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well.
ならば、家具は家具。
So, let it be furniture against furniture.
家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか。
Why not resolve it with a battle between you two?
それならば勝てる希望も持てるであろう。
That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right?
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様。
Forgive me, Beatrice-sama.
私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなことがありましょうか？
But how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture?
こんな可愛い子に私が万一にも負けるようなことなど。
As if this cutie would have any chance against me. She kinda dealt with him very quickly last time around.
我が家具煉獄の七杭を打ち破ってみせよ。
Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory.
見事打ち破ってみせたなら。
If you manage to win through,
そうだな。
let us see.
13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人をそなたに自由に決めさせてやろう。
I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices.
そなたの推薦する5人をわらわは無条件にて黄金鏡に迎え入れる。
I will welcome the 5 you recommend into the Golden Land without any conditions.
それならばどうか。
How about that? I wonder who he will select. Definitely not one of the 4 cousins. No, never. I'm assuming that he would choose every single cousin and then... I mean... If he can choose, maybe Shannon even? Choose Golda. I think he kind of hates Golda though. Shannon for sure. Shannon, yeah, I just kind of assumed she would die regardless because she was already chosen. But yeah, the 4 cousins and Shannon for sure. Kumasawa's already at the end of her life, you know? Golda, I think he kind of hates him a little bit. Shannon and Jeshka for sure, yep. Kanon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Kanon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
そなたは家具は嫌だと泣いたな。
You cried, saying you'd had enough of being furniture, right?
そなたの望み叶えてやろうぞ。
I shall grant your desire.
枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。
I shall give you that human body you wanted so much you cried yourself to sleep.
どうだ?
What do you say?
そうすればジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。
That way, you and Jeshka could be together, yes?
おお、ちょうどよい。
Ah, just perfect.
黄金鏡へ招ける5人にジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。
You may recommend that Jeshka and yourself be invited to the Golden Land.
自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば。
If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you,
さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを加えればよい。
then you can add in Shannon and Joji, the one she loves.
義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。
If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji.
おお、これで5人だ。
That's 5 people. Well, never mind then. Not the cousins. Not all of them anyway. That's 5 people.
十分ではないか、カノン。
Isn't that enough, Kanon?
これだけのご褒美があれば。
With this much of a reward,
そなたはわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
you won't let me get bored, will you?
どうせ戯れよ。
She's just playing with you.
耳を貸す必要はない。
There's no need to listen to her.
僕は嫌だ。
I don't like it.
姉さんはそれでいいの？
Are you okay with this, Nei-san? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words.
僕は嫌だ。
I don't like it.
幸せになりたい。
I want to be happy.
家具なんてもう嫌だ。
I've had enough of being furniture.
人間になって普通の恋がしたい。
I want to become human and have normal love.
僕も姉さんのように海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
I want to know that the ocean is blue, like you.
若いですね。
How young?
羨ましい。
I'm jealous.
だから若者は好きなのだ。
That's why I like the young ones.
源氏、シャノンは下がれ。
No, the beautiful music was just starting. It cuts out. Genji, Shannon, stay back.
カノン、ルシファーは前へ。
Kanon, Lucifer, forward. I wanted to check if Kinza was already marked as dead, but he isn't. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in a few seconds, so I'm gonna let that end, and then I'll read this whole scene out. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, I'm back. I got more water, and I saw the lemon cake that I made this weekend, and it was very tempting, but I didn't eat it. I didn't, not yet. I've been eating the cake multiple times a day. Hello, Common Mania. Welcome in. We're doing good today. A black-haired girl with red eyes. We like those. Lemon cake sounds good. It's awesome. It tastes so good. Yeah, it's really good. You should all make cake. Take some time, make some cake. I also was thinking about making some cookies. Maybe next week. Keeps the teeth healthy. Let's not talk about that.
仰せのままに。
As you command.
気に入らないわ。ベアトリーチェ様は無理でも、私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが。
I don't like it. That way you look down on me as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible, but with me at least you'd have a chance.
最高に気に入らないわ。
I really don't like it. That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself.
来い。魔女の家具。
Come, furniture of the witch.
いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Don't think you can look down on me forever. Yeah, Kanon is healthy. I love this music. Lava cake. Oh, he's striking back. He's getting her ass. Let's go. Stab her. So, Batara,
楽しい見せ物の時間であるぞ。
isn't this a fun show? I love the soundtrack. It's so good.
またおかしなことになりやがった。
Damn it, another weird thing's happening.
魔法バトルなんて認めてたまるかよ。
Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle. Pew pew!
目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。
Look, look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it.
ほらほら、ほらほら。
Look, look, look.
魔法だよ。家具だよ。
It's magic, it's furniture.
そなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようとも。
No matter how much you try to deny me and magic.
ほらほら、ほらほらほらほら。
Look, 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 look. Every time she says Hora, I think of the fucking Parmigiano Reggiano video. I will never forget it till the day I die. It's ingrained in my brain. Kagu dayo. You're looking at it, Batara. How will you deny the existence of magic and witches and furniture, even though they don't look like furniture? Hello, little crew. Welcome in. Still doesn't believe. Non-believer here.
うして目の前でブオンブオンカキンカキンやられちゃ台無しだよな。
If you've got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think?
ほらほらほらほら。
Look, look, look!
もう思考なんて止めちまえよ。
Just stop thinking.
魔法はあるんだって。
Magic exists.
これはファンタジーなんだって。
This is fantasy.
目を閉じるなよ。
Don't close your eyes.
しっかり見ろよ。
Look closely.
ほらほらほらほらほら。
Look, 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 look.
畜生畜生畜生畜生。
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
魔性を認めない魔法を認めない。
I won't accept witches. I don't accept magic. I can't read.
こんなにあからさまにやられちまったらなんだっていやいいんだ。
But if it's being done right in the open like that, what am I supposed to say?
クソクソクソクソ。
Damn it.
ほら目を背けるなよ。しっかり見ろよ。
Come now, don't turn away. Look closely, okay?
魔法はあるんだよ。ファンタジーなんだよ。推理ごっことかやめちまえよ。
Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective.
知ってんだよ。ものを考えんの本当は苦手なんだろう。
I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right?
やめちまえやめちまえ。
Then just stop. Stop.
ほらほらどうせファンタジーどうせファンタジー。
I love her laugh so much. Look, look, it's gotta be fantasy. Gotta be fantasy. I can't fucking reproduce that laugh, but it's beautiful. She's so normal, so elegant, so demure. We went from never stop thinking to just stop thinking.
うるせえうるせえうるせえ。
Fantasy. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ。
Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm angry.
こいつ意地になっちゃって。
Fucking Canon flew across my screen. That's crazy. This guy is getting stubborn.
私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたこと。今すぐ床に這いつくばって謝ってごらんなさい。
Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me?
そうしたら特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay?
生きながら生皮を剥がして。
Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive.
絶命するまで全身を鞭打ってのたうち回らすのを特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。
Or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die.
可愛い子なんだから謝っちゃいなさいよ。
You're a cutie, so apologize.
そうしたらあなただけは最高に素敵な気分の中で優しく優しく生かせてあげる。
Do I have to read that out loud? Oh, no, that's not gonna leave my mouth.
黙れ魔女の影。
Be silent, furniture of the witch.
お前と問答するつもりはない。
I have no intention of speaking with you.
私なんか眼中にないというのね。
So, you're saying you think nothing of me?
気に入らないわ。畏怖を感じないその目。
That disrespectful gaze of yours
本当に気に入らないわ。
is really ticking me off. Kill her!
カノン君
You got this!
サタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
Canon has a Halo energy sword, Batara. You can't imagine that shit. They're rich after all. Yeah, they have Star Wars replica swords. Even if Battle's telling you to stop thinking, remember that you mustn't stop. I'm still thinking. The gears are still turning a little bit. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan?
だから人間は恐ろしいのです。
This is why humans are so frightening.
たまに魔女にまでなり、悪魔を羊扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers. Huh. Huh.
わらわはどちらを応援すればよいというのか。
So, which should I which should I cheer on?
こいつ
Are you
私と互角に渡り合うというの？
saying this guy's on par with me?
僕を見くびるな。
Don't look down on me.
お前にそのおごりがある限り、僕には決して勝てない。
As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me.
私がこの煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーを指して決して勝てないと？
You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the seven sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win?
この思い上がりが！
How conceited! Pew pew pew! Oh my god! He did it! He won! Oh my god! He's crazy! Enjoying some Milka cheesecake chocolate right now. I have never tried that one. I hope you enjoy it. Sounds yummy. Kanon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart.
これまでだ。
That's as far as you go.
お前は僕に決して勝てない。
You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Kanon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat just beneath the tip of her chin.
何よこれ。
What is this?
この私が
How could I...
こんなの何かの間違いよ。
There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. And it's just like Batara. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. He did it!
やるな、カノン。
Well done, Kanon.
見事だ。わらを
Wonderful.
退屈させなかった。
You haven't bored me.
それに比べ、わらわの家具のなんと情けないことか。
How pitiful my furniture is compared to that.
ルシファ
Lucifer.
ー、お嬢様を退屈させていますよ。
You're boring, milady.
やはりあなたには荷が勝ちすぎた相手でしたか？
Was this opponent really too much for you to handle?
失望するぞ、七食いの長女。
I'm disappointed, Alice of the Seven Stakes. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid.
この出来損ない家具が！
You good-for-nothing furniture! Explodes. She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. She literally exploded. That form was a demon stake which bounced off the walls surrounding the room.
よくも私にここまで恥をかかせたな！
How could you shame me so much?
殺す！殺す！殺す！殺す！
Kill, kill, kill,
こ
kill!
のぬるまが！
You blockhead!
私の姿をもはや追うこともできないくせに！
Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore.
もう遊ばないよ。本気で怒ったわよ。お前の心臓を一撃で貫いてやるよ。
I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow.
ぶっすりざっくり貫いて真っ赤な血の噴水を天井にまで届かせてやるよ
I'll plow right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling.
死ね
Die!
君
If Shannon jumped in front of him and took the stake to her body like Jeshka did last time, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. After flying about wildly for some time with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Kanon's heart. She could tell that it was Kanon's blood by the sweet taste of it, but she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart.
これだから人間は恐ろしい。
This is why humans are frightening.
紅茶はいかがですかな？
Would you like some black tea?
今はよい。
I'm fine for now.
紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
This is so amusing, I don't even need any.
カノン君
おごったな。
You were arrogant again.
だからお前は僕に勝てないんだ。
I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Kanon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Kanon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Fuck that hand. Lucifer was arrogant, even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. In her pride, she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. This is like what everyone complains about in like shonen anime, where they like announce what they're about to do, their evil plans. They talk about it in length, and it's like, yeah, okay. So, why are you telling me this? You ruined the element of surprise. He's so fucking cool. I love my son. Yeah, he's so awesome. It's interesting that in episodes 1 and 2, Kanon is the one lecturing Shannon about being furniture, but now he's the one standing up to Beatrice. Yeah, he's had character development over the quote-unquote games. As, you know, Beato's also commented on. She commented about, you know, how Shannon is standing up to her a little bit more, and about how she... The fragments, one could say, yeah, how she must have gained that courage from, like, the last fragments. That left any surprises? Well, yeah. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow for her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Kanon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. Never pull out something that is lodged inside of your body. That is stupid. Don't do that. Just leave it in, go see a doctor. You should have gone to see Nanjo. Never pull it out. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through the other side. Kanon's face was filled with pain, but right now he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Kanon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Damn. I commented that on my notes. Yeah. Yeah, like, why would you do that? Just don't do that. I think he did it, was it episode 1 or 2, where he also pulled it out of his body, which, like, why are you doing that, my man? Big ass. Oh, Trace is also talking about their asses. God damn it. The aura, yep. Gained 2 billion aura from that move. Oh, she's crying. It's my victory. Beatrice. Kanon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Kanon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Kanon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Kanon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Ronove was clapping his hands. To Kanon, who had won at great cost and had a wound in his left hand that wouldn't close, Ronove's applause only felt like mockery. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Kanon. You were victorious. Spectacular. Are you okay? Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. That was incredible, Kanon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping, at least a little, for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guarantee that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. You know, now that I think about it, it would be stupid to pick Batra as one of the ones that will survive, because he will just not believe in the whole thing, and then they will get kicked out of the Golden Land. So it would be actually stupid to pick Batra for the one who would survive. Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've Oh my god! Sudden console sprite, what the fuck? When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. Damn. So, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. Magic turned to PS3. She was pretty this whole time, but damn, that console sprite looks beautiful. That's really funny. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree. Damn. Milady, isn't that a little much? Perhaps you are right. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back on the floor. That reminded me of Higurashi. Oh, was it the last episode where... I'm not gonna say too much, but Satoko had set up some traps and someone like ran straight at her, and then there was a barrel that just flew at the screen, rotating. Yeah, the barrel. That was really good. This is basically that, but with Lucifer. That was so good. Oh my god. Oh, the bitrate crunching too. Oh, this is really funny. Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I have already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Kanon, shall we continue? Continue what? Oh my god. You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you? No. It isn't over yet, right? What isn't? Stop dodging the question. Didn't she say that he had to fight all the stakes? She said plural, even though Lucifer was only here. But I think... Didn't she mean that he had to fight all of them? Yeah, he's gonna have to fight all of them. I recently booted up my old Umineko copy and the resolution was so low I couldn't read. Damn. She said 7 sisters. Yeah, she said it in plural. Well, you're cooked. I did promise to you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture. The 7 stakes of purgatory, right? She really finds a way to fuck with everyone. Everyone involved. This is so messed up, man. In a high-stakes situation. Oh my god. Come, arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory. The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. Jesus. Oh, there they are. The air is split with shrill laughter. And as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of purgatory were here after Kanon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Kanon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on an even footing. Lame. One-sama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people. I told you One-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside. Yeah, seriously. Lucifer One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame. You novice. I think design-wise, I love Lucifer the most out of all the stakes because I like long black hair and also red eyes are kind of banger. But I also like, what's her name? Asmodeus, because of her voice. She's so cute. And so sassy. I'm bothered by the fact that they had an opportunity to arrange them in a hair color gradient and didn't. Maybe they still can do that at some other point. Kanon still has 3 limbs to sacrifice. I'm sure he can win against 7 of them. Kanon-kun, that was totally awesome! But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer Onesama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters. I forgot about Velfigor, her dark, Jesus. Yeah, her dark hair, well, and the deep voice. Actually, the combo is kind of good. Black hair, red eyes is a peak combo every time. Agreed! I love Belf's voice so much. It's so good! That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Ne shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs. What are you gonna do, Onesama? Out of respect for your pride. We were planning to stay out of your way in the hopes that you'd challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours. But Kanon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? You people. My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of purgatory, correct? Now, play nice and execute the tasks I give you. And swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer Onesama. If you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth. Personally, I like Mammon the most, though. Oh god, which one was it again? I keep forgetting. Mammon, this one, okay. Siblings are evil, yeah. But I like it. They're like evil in a good way. I wish I was Lucifer right now. Do you plan to mock me even more? I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful. Lucifer, the eldest sister, begged my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. You haven't memorized all the stakes and their associated sins yet? I'm sorry! If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay. Everyone. You. Bitch. Beep, 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 bitch. The 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. What? Even Kanon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. Never mind, I don't wish I was her. As if I... could say something like that. Well, she's Lucifer of Pride.
早くせよ。
Quickly now.
どうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ。
Clearly we won't make any progress here with you alone.
早く七姉妹にてカノンを撃て。
Hurry up and let the Seven Sisters strike Kanon.
そら、どうしましたか、ルシファ
My, what is the matter, Lucifer?
ー。お嬢様の命令です。
This is an order from Milady, is it not?
ひどい。
How cruel, says Shannon, but Kanon shows up. I barely remember the order, though. There's an order to it, too? Well, I guess Lucifer would be first, since she's the eldest. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. The foolish, weak, ugly, wow, and shameful. And shameful. Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg. Same. The one that sloth gotta be last, right? Definitely. Lucifer, Satan, Leviathan, Belphegor, Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus in order from oldest to youngest, I think. Gosh, now I really have to remember their sins. The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our powers. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on, Onesama, keep going. That's enough. Come on, the shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Leviathan is second oldest, Satan is third. Okay. I can only remember Leviathan since her hair color is green with envy. Oh, that makes sense! That actually makes a lot of sense. Got the boss BGM playing. Like, yeah, this sounds like I'm playing Bloodborne. Yes. Feels the things the 7 of us should get along and split Kanon up between us. Good idea. That way, all of the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all. No! I get the head. There's no way that promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins. Kanon-kun, if you've got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, okay? The Seven Sisters will kill you in an awesome way. Damn.
ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。
You've shamed me so deeply.
八つ咲きでも足りない。
Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough.
百咲きにしてくれる。
I'll slice you into 100 pieces.
行くよお前たち。
Here we go, everyone. Damn, the whole gang and Lucifer's face is hidden. You don't have to remember this. It's just random trivia, but it's fun to know, you know? Not that I would be so jealous if he wasn't so against the idea of magic. True! Yes, One-sama. They're so cute! They're so moe! The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Kanon down, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Kanon. They tortured Kanon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Let's go! At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the 2 of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Kanon. What? You're mean! This has nothing to do with you! Ah, I see. You must want to play with us. Then I'll take it. All mine.
ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても
Beatrice-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey?
ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。
I don't mind. Do as you like.
お前たちの悪事にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。
It seems Kanon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony.
ありがたき幸せ。
You have our deepest gratitude.
さあ、シャシャリ出てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited.
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして。
I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which.
混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. I don't know if I would want my Shannon hamburger.
バカね。それよりあの結界を破る方が先でしょうが。
Thank you for the posture check and hydrate. Gouge the everything and kill. Gouge the whole body.
食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
Do they have a 7th expansion collab cafe? That'd be crazy. To have a Shannon burger. $4.99. Awesome. They do. Oh my god. Okay. If I ever get to visit Japan, if I ever save enough money, I'll have to visit the collab cafe. I have to. Idiot, breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, One-sama. As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying, but not impossible. Oh, she got this. Her shield surely got stronger. So, Umineko Cafe outfit post in the past week. Oh, I didn't see that. Removable limbs and fake blood. A spooky vlogging here experience at the Umineko Cafe. Surely in like 10 years. We should only have family portrait. But it's just the in-game sprites overlaid on the mansion front background. Oh, probably the console sprites, right? I want to visit the place the mansion is based on so bad. Where is it? I love this BGM. It's good. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now. They're going hard at her. Last time it took like one person to take her down. Look at her, she's gotten so much stronger. The originals, oh hell yeah. Okay, that sounds really good. Practice our rock climbing, oh god.
君の結界ではその子たちを防ぎきれないことは知っていたでしょうに。
How foolish, even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls.
なぜ?
Why?
見過ごせないからです。
Because I couldn't overlook it. A Shonan-covered Kanon, who was already at his limits, sprawled on the floor. He spoke back resolutely.
しゃしゃりでなければ眠るような死を与えてやったのに。
If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death-like sleep.
なぜわざわざ七姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。
Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the Seven Sisters?
死は同じではないぞ。
Not all deaths are the same.
苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying.
どうぞ、お好きなように。
Go ahead, do as you like.
あなたがしたいことを好きにするように、私もしたいことを好きにしたまでです。
Just as you always do what you want, I did what I wanted.
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。
At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment.
恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。
Romance is the most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not.
達してしまった後の女はさながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしか。
Once it does succeed, a woman is like a salmon who has finished laying its egg.
そなたにはもう飽きた。
I've already tired of you. Wow, even she is giving us some misogynistic sentences. Yay, yippee!
ありがとう。
Thank you.
魔女から聞ける言葉で最も嬉しい言葉です。
No words from a witch could make me happier. It's a Western-style mansion somewhere in Tokyo. Tokyo? That's pretty cool. Castle of Aoni. Yeah. I liked seeing Ronove and Beato behind the barrier. It's really funny.
ならせめて最後にわらを思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。
Then, at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner.
七姉妹よ聞こえたな。
Seven Sisters, can you hear me?
シャノンの殺し方、お前たちの残虐の限りを見せてみよ。
Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality.
シャノン。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様の高みには至れませんでした。
My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama.
姉さんはバカだ。
You're an idiot, Nesan.
僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うことは。
If you just let me be, then you might have not have had to meet a horrible end.
ううんいいの。
No, it's fine.
ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられた
I received a ring from Joji-sama and lived as a
あな
woman.
たをかばって姉として生きられた。
I have protected you and lived as a sister.
私のせいは全てこれで未練なく全うした。
With this, my life is complete, with no regrets.
イライラするぜ。
Damn, she is mad every time Shadon says something really cute and unbothered. You're pissing me off.
その達観が本当にイラつくぜ。
That philosophical take is really irritating.
だから家具なんだよ。お前からは人間の匂いがしねえんだよ。
Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human.
わらわを見ろよ。わらわこそ人間だろうが。
Look at me. I am a
家
human.
具のくせにわらわよりも完成されたかのような達観したかのようなことを言うんじゃねえ。
Don't spot off philosophical crap like you're more complete than I am. You're furniture. I don't understand if she's like mocking her with this sentence or if she's saying that she's a human right now. I kind of want to screenshot this because of the whole, I don't know, her being pissed off is kind of cool. I like seeing her pissed off. Let me put that in here. Hello, I stole the pies. Welcome in. So easily rage baited, some more. Yep. She hates love. I think there should be a quote there. Yeah, maybe?
醜い。
How ugly.
その未練があなたの正体なの。
Are those regrets what you truly are?
未練じゃねえ。それが生きるってもんだ。
They aren't regrets. This is called living.
指輪もらったから死んでもいいとか。
What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring?
理解できねえ。さっぱりがっかり愕然呆然全然ダメだぜ。
I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless.
お嬢様、少し品がないかと。
Milady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified.
うるさいわ家具が。
Shut up, furniture.
シャノン。楽に死なせてもらえると思うなよ。
Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily?
舌を噛むなら今のうちだ。
Now's the time to bite your tongue.
哀れね。
How pitiful.
もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映ってそ
If
れ
you
が
can
見え
see
れば
yourself reflected in my
己
eyes
が醜さにおののくといい。
and shudder at your own ugliness.
安心しろよ。
Fear not.
てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live. At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
源氏様、
もう十分だ。
You've already done enough.
先に休みなさい。
Go to sleep before me.
はい。ありがとうございます。源氏様。
Yes, thank you very much, Genji-sama. What do you mean sleep? Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. Fucking knocked her out. Wait, he killed her! Wait a second. Did he actually kill her? I thought he was gonna knock her out, not actually end her life. When Genji removed his hand, bright red fresh blood oozed out of there. It only happened for the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. No! And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Man. Man. Ah! This fucking sucks. Oh. Oh god, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I missed all of it. Oh. Tsubasa? It's not canon, but it's written by Rikishi. What is Tsubasa? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, my goodness. But I think I'm gonna have to end it here today. It is already really late, and I don't want to see the whole description of her dying right now. So I'm gonna look for someone to raid while you guys keep chatting. Tsubasa are side stories released alongside the main story. Ah, okay, okay. I've never heard of that. Let me see. This is a really nice soundtrack. I don't really know who to raid today. Let's go with... Oh, we can raid Cherry. I haven't gotten to raid her in quite a long time. She's playing Big Walk. I have not seen many people play that game, actually, surprisingly, even though I think everyone is playing it, but I haven't seen anyone actually play it, so I don't know what the game is about except for walking and doing things with friends. And I don't know who she's playing with, but it looks fun. Feels like the chapter's about to end as usual. It probably is. It probably is. But you never know. Unfortunately, you never freaking know. Could be very close, though. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here today. I look forward to eating something. I'm also incredibly hungry. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. I'll probably have the same-ish schedule next week as I did this week. I don't know about Thursday Bloodborne. We'll see how Wednesday Bloodborne ends. But yeah. Thank you for being here, Fita, Mania, I Soul Pies, Miggles, Austin, Trace, Irom. Hello, Digitizer. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. And everyone else who stopped by today. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your weekend. And I will see you next week. Take care.